Welcome to the Union Township Board of Trustees meeting. Thank you all for being here tonight and joining us. If you could, just please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Mr. Campbell, would you please let the record reflect that all three trustees are here and present? And then is there any correspondence tonight?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I have two. They're both liquor permits. The first one is it's a transfer. It's going from DUNNE, Dunn Manning Stores LLC, doing business as the BP Unimart, 217 at 543 Ohio Pike, Union Township, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45255. That's transferring ownership to Nency, N-E-N-C-Y LLC, 543 Ohio Pike, Union Township, Cincinnati, 45255. Neither the police department nor the zoning have any issues with that. Second, another alcohol permit. This one is a new permit it's a Class A permit for Audi Inc., Ohio, doing business as Audi number 59 at 821 Klepper Lane, Union Township, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45245. Again, I have no objections from the police department, and the zoning department has said they're in conformance. That concludes the correspondence.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Appreciate that. And before I continue, if you would like to have any public comments at all to address the Board of Trustees, that is in two more sections. There's comment cards back there. Please fill those out, and then we'll come by and collect those right before we begin. So next up, I'm excited for this one, our special presentations for our Union Township Employee Service Awards. And first off, we will start with Mr. Lieutenant Josh Hines. Josh, come on up, sir. 15 years with the Union Township Police Department. And Chief, would you like to have anything to say yourself, sir?
Outstanding work. I couldn't be happier or prouder to have him on my command staff. He's a hard worker, and we're glad to have Josh.
Yeah, well said. Is it hard to work with this guy?
No.
No?
Try and make it easy.
Yeah. Josh that question. I should ask you that question. Is it hard to work with this guy? Yeah. Lieutenant, appreciate you very much. 15 years, all with Union Township. And look, we know you could always switch, go to different departments, things like that, career changes, and you haven't. You stuck with us. We love you, your family. Appreciate you very much. And Mr. Becker, did you have anything for him, sir?
No, I just appreciate all your years of service to the township.
Thank you.
Mr. Loeb.
Yeah, just thank you again, the 15 years. But on that front, it's always great to be able to have a reliable, type of conversation or information, anything police related or township related, and you've always been available and accessible for that. So appreciate your service to the community and the Board of Trustees and the staff. So thank you.
My honor.
Yeah, absolutely. Did you bring your family at all here?
I did. My wife, unfortunately, is at home dealing with a sick 2-year-old. So.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Hines, appreciate you very much. Lieutenant Hines, sorry. Appreciate you very much. And then thank you for your service. Did get something for you. And what we'll do is we got one more to introduce, and then we'll come down and give those to you, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you very much. Thank you, Josh. Next one is Sergeant Gregory Jasper. Sir, come on up.
Mr. Dills, I think I see Sergeant Jasper outside there.
What is
Working hard back there.
He's on duty tonight.
Are we taking you off the road tonight, sir?
Sir, I'm listening.
5-minute break.
I love it. The Sergeant Jasper, 30 years with the Union Township Police Department. God bless you, sir. You're on duty tonight, but did you bring any of your family at all?
No, sir.
No? Okay. The same thing I expressed to Lieutenant, the 30 years with our department, amazing. Thank you for your service, dedication, and God bless you. Appreciate you very much. Mr. Becker, do you have anything for him, sir?
No, I was just wondering, after 30 years, I don't know, what standout moments come to mind?
There's too many in a public setting that you can talk about. Yeah.
No, it's okay. Go ahead. We need entertainment sometimes, so.
Well, we appreciate you staying with us all these years and hope you stay on a lot longer.
Well, it's been a pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sergeant. Mr. Logue?
Yeah, I appreciate your leadership by example. Share with the room that, being, when I attend church service and be there on Christmas Eve, I run into you and see you, and, our conversation then was, when you had a young family, that's part of the reason why you're serving on something like Christmas Eve, so that the families that have young families can be home with them. And I really appreciate that. That goes a long way for, the spirit of corps and the forces. So thank you and God bless you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Reese, you have anything to add? Chief?
Now, Sergeant Jasper's our longest tenured employee here at the police department, and there's a lot of experience that comes with that, and he's invaluable to us. We appreciate it.
Well said, well said. And thank you, Sergeant Jasper. We got a little something for you as well for 30 years, and so we'll ask you and Lieutenant Hines to come on up, and we'll grab these for you. I assume you're going to be using probably apple juice to fill these? Is that? Yeah, okay, all right, yeah. We'll come on down.
Canters for 30 years, I figured, been here 30 years since coffee and whiskey. Yeah, this first 30 years, so people have the canters.
All right, next item on the agenda is our public comments. Mr. McCormick, thanks for grabbing those cards. Is there anyone else that has cards that would like to turn them in at all? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and begin. And first one is Mr. Jack Gordon. Sir, come on up.
Sir, the presentation's not cooperating at the moment, so I'll keep the 5 minutes on my phone and let you know.
Okay,
if there's
that's no
something.
problem. Yeah, perfect. Hey, Mr. Gordon, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Yeah, please, go ahead.
I'm going to read this so I can stay right at 5 minutes.
No problem, that's okay.
Good evening. My name is Jack Gordon. My address is 4302 Mount Carmel Road. My wife Loretta and I have resided on this property, which straddles the Hamilton County and Clermont County line, since 1997. I am also the father of Jason Gordon, father-in-law to Nicole Gordon. On April 6th, we received notice at the Mount Carmel Farms application to rezone 4370 Mount Carmel Road to a PD designation. If Loretta and I had received this notice 10 years ago, I don't really know what our response would have been, but I would imagine we would have objected to it then. We certainly would have studied the plan in detail to see how it meshed with Union Township's zoning resolution for a change to a PD designation. Regardless of the outcome, at least we would have felt that the purpose of the zoning resolution had been honored, that the process conducted impartially, and that would have been that. But that's not what happened. We're not 10 years ago. 10 years ago was before nearly 65,000 square feet of buildings had been built on the property, and they were all built representing that their uses were going to be agricultural. These barns were never used for hay storage or any other agricultural use. We know, and you know from the materials we presented to you, that the buildings have had tenants such as a seamless gutter company, a structural steel company, a concrete sawing outfit, a vehicle repair company, boat storage, a basement waterproofing company, a cabinet company, an industrial vacuuming company, which is still there, and a couple of landscaping companies, which they use for their operations, their storage, and the repair of their vehicles. And as you know, vehicle repair shops are not known for being quiet. And we know from Judge Miles' court decisions that landscaping companies activities are not considered agricultural activities. Almost from the beginning, the Mount Carmel activities have been the subject of family discussions. This is for over 10 years. When we would have preferred to talk about grandchildren, family trips, holidays, school events, we talked about Mr. Evans. Jason raised the issues repeatedly by calling Township Planning and Zoning Director. no action was taken. Activities on the property actually increased. In August of 2019, an attorney raised the issue of usage in writing to the township's law director on behalf of Jason and Nicole. No response, except a phone conversation with this previous law director, who said no written reply would be forthcoming and no action would be taken, with no explanation. In October of 2019, the same attorney sent a Section 250 formal complaint to the Township Planning and Zoning Director. The attorney eventually received a 3-sentence updated reply stating, and I'm quoting here, "It is the belief of Union Township that the uses of the properties in question are incidental to an agricultural purpose and are therefore exempt from township zoning regulations." No inspection of the property had been made. So, left really to no other choice, Jason and Nicole filed a suit in 2020 against Mount Carmel Farms seeking to enforce the zoning code. Only after 3 years of litigation and after the October 4th preliminary injunction against the continuing activities on the Mount Carmel property, and after the zoning inspector's violation letter of October 12th, and after Judge Miles' February 14th filing of contempt because his orders were not complied with, only after all this did Mount Carmel Farms file this application, which even the staff report concludes by saying, and I quote again, "The unconventional original manner in which many of the improvements on the property have occurred raised compatibility issues and concerns," end quote. That same month, the Township Zoning Commission recommended 5-0 to deny the application, which of course can always be refiled if it's justified. The recommendation even included specific findings of fact. One of the facts they found was, the activities at 4370 Mount Carmel Road have created a significant hardship for surrounding residents, and rezoning the parcel to bring the activities and construction into compliance is not appropriate. So why this current deference to Mount Carmel Farms? My wife and I cannot explain it to ourselves, let alone our family. Why passing the resolution changing the zoning under the past record of behavior and the current circumstances honors the process or makes any sense on the merits? We don't know. We recognize and appreciate the comments spoken by you on June 22nd and your stated intentions, but as we see it, passing the resolution does not further the purposes of the zoning code. It will not strengthen its enforceability in other cases. It is much more likely that the zoning department, the zoning commission, and you gentlemen will see more appearances by Mount Carmel Farms regarding the many conditions stated in the resolution, which they can't meet. Loretta and I respectfully disagree with the proposed resolution and express the hope that you will reconsider your thinking of June 22nd. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Thank you very much. Very well spoken. Thank you. All right. Next, I got Mr. Jeff Forbes.
Thank you, sir. We did have one latecomer who just filled
Oh,
out another
appreciate
card.
that. Yeah, please. Thank you very much. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, please, go ahead.
All right, thank you. And again, I'm just going to read a statement so I can keep with
Yeah,
the
no
time.
sweat at all.
My name is Jeff Forbes. As you may remember, I'm with the law firm of Wood and Lamping, 600 Vine Street, Suite 2500, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45202. And I've been representing Jason and Nicole Gordon with respect to the rezoning that the board will be considering later this evening. There is a resolution related to Mount Carmel Farms LLC zone change before you tonight that's consistent with the motion that this board did pass 2-1 at a prior special meeting. And I would just like to take a few minutes to correct a few misunderstandings that were identified at that special meeting. First is, I just want to reiterate that a zone change is not needed in this case. The property in question is currently zoned to state residential. The applicant has requested a change to PD so that he could use the existing buildings for landscaping uses, agricultural uses, nursery uses, residential uses, and indoor storage uses. And if that's really the extent of his proposed uses, there is no need for a zone change for this property. As As we've already discussed, agricultural uses are already permitted on that property as of right by state law. Landscaping and nursery uses are already conditional uses permitted in the estate residential district. Specifically, it says greenhouses, arborists, and landscape services are conditional uses. Residential uses are obviously permitted in the state residential district, and indoor storage related to a residential use is also already permitted in the estate residential district. Rezoning this estate residential district property that's nearly surrounded by other estate residential property, so one man can use it beyond the estate residential limitations, creates an island of business property in a sea of residential. And that's tantamount to spot zoning, which is not only improper, it's just poor zoning practice. Union Township has had an aggressive reputation for enforcing its zoning, and that's a good thing. But your actions in this case risk setting a dangerous precedent. And I continue to be mystified as to why a zone change is even being requested or considered for approval when the proposed uses can already be done under the current zoning with the proper approvals. The second element I wanted to touch on is that it was stated that the PD zone change would provide more protection for the surrounding property owners. That's simply not the case. The property, as I've said, it's already zoned estate residential. That is the most restrictive residential district in the township. There is no threat that the property would be overdeveloped with 100 or 120 plus homes, as was suggested at the last meeting. Estate residential district requires 2-acre minimum lots. The property we're talking about is 11.7 acres. That would allow for a maximum of 5 home sites, and that's probably more like 4 once you get the roadway and any necessary utilities put in there. So there's, again, it's not more protection. The estate residential district, it has specific setback regulations, screening requirements, height restrictions, lighting restrictions, parking restrictions, and those all have to be met in order to allow development in the estate residential district. In a PD, those items are negotiable, and they can be changed with the PD modification process. As staff has pointed out, any new uses that would be proposed or requested in this PD, if it were to be approved, would require a major modification to the approved PD plan. And that would work its way through the process and come back to this board. But any minor modifications to that plan can happen without this board's involvement or approval. So essentially what I'm trying to say is that Jason and Nicole knew what the possibilities were on that neighboring property when they decided to live in the estate residential district. That's all they're asking for now, is to continue with that property next to them to be zoned estate residential.
30 seconds.
That's why we'd ask you to please consider voting no on Resolution 2023-28 later tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Forbes.
Thank
very
you.
much. Thank you. Okay, next one I have is Pat Humphreys. Okay. You don't have been doing this, or asking for their name and address?
We've got the cards, so
Okay,
at least
okay.
as long as you've got the
Oh,
cards.
Ms. Humphreys, please, go ahead.
Hi. I'm coming here about the fireworks that have been going off since June 30th in Union Township. The new law that the governor signed back in July of 2022 seems to have escalated to this area. So July 3rd, 4th, and 5th, plus the Friday, Saturday, and Sunday before and after, from the hours of 4 to 11 are what has been approved. 9 days of legal fireworks. In this area, I think is too excessive. The new law is, first of all, is not being enforced. We had commercial-grade fireworks going on in the front of our house, beside our house, the back of our house, everywhere you looked. It was like a war zone, truly. The new law does state that individual jurisdictions can restrict the law that was signed, and I'm requesting that that be considered, especially for the 4th of July, for the 3rd, 4th, and the 5th. Not dissing fireworks. I love fireworks, but 9 days is excessive. I posted something on the Nextdoor app, just to throw it out there to find out what I needed to do, and John Becker said that I should come here. On my post, I got 11,000 views, I had 192 comments, and about 90% agreed with me. There were a few that think they should go on all the time. I have a pet that's petrified. He's on medication for fireworks, and I have a special vest for him to wear. But he was a nervous wreck. He won't even go outside now and use the restroom when it gets dark. We have friends that are Vietnam vets that have PTSD that have been traumatized by this. I have a grandson that has special needs and he has sensory issues. He's petrified now. He won't even hardly go outside at night. Not to mention the fire hazards, the air quality of the environment, the disrespect of the community and the neighbors. There's angry neighbors going back and forth on this Nextdoor app that could eventually lead to violence. My suggestion is to, if requested, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th for July, require a permit perhaps, assess fines, the enforcement of the rules, and then maybe suggest on how the best to report the violations. And then also just to say that it was really the worst year ever. We've lived here for 32 years and it's never been like this before. That's all I have.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, please.
How do you know they're commercial grade fireworks?
Because have you ever been to the fireworks down on the river for
Oh, yeah.
Labor Day?
Yeah,
They were like that.
okay.
I mean, that's just my visual reception. But when they go like this over big trees that we have on our lot and they're clear to see, I think they're commercial.
Yeah, because I'm thinking there's, you know, a 12-gauge shotgun can make some big blasts. You can even have, I believe are legal in Ohio, it's like a Civil War era cannon, black powder cannon.
I'm talking about the ones that you see, the
Yeah.
visual ones.
So that's more of a concern than the actual noise?
Well, no, the noise comes with it,
Okay.
of course.
Because I'm just thinking of what's making the big booms.
Yeah,
'Cause
right.
last year, we were getting a lot of complaints
Right.
also about this, and
Yeah.
people's windows are rattling. And-
Yes, we had that happen.
We had police out there a couple of times and never found anything that was illegal. Yeah, but my point is, a lot of things that are legal that make big
True.
booms, and they can blow off any time of year.
Right.
It's not even restricted to that. I do think this does warrant maybe a work session topic on this. You know, because I agree with what she looked up. It's the weekend before, the weekend after, the day before, the day after. That's a lot of fireworks. You know, nobody has any objection to the 4th of July or even the day before or after.
Right.
Is what I'm hearing here. But, you know, maybe we should move toward maybe we should have a discussion about some further regulation on this, which we are authorized to do under the Ohio Revised Code.
No problem. Ms. Ayers, if you put that on the
Certainly.
work session in 2 weeks,
Certainly.
no problem with that. Cool. Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms.
very
Humphries.
much.
Appreciate it very much.
Mr. Chairman,
Oh,
on
I'm
that,
sorry, please, yeah, go ahead.
just on that, Ms. Ayers, if there's some upfront research, what authority does the board have to act?
Certainly.
And then if we've got to reach out to state legislatures or the executive branch, where are those areas that we can engage the resources that we do have if we don't have the outright authority based off of our policy discussions at the work session?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. Next, I got Ms. Lauren Cox. All right. Ms. Cox, please come on up.
Hi, I'm Lauren Cox.
Yes.
I'm just basically here, same reason as Pat, is what she said about the fireworks. I have an animal, a pet, who gets very scared and won't go outside. I have a husband who's a Vietnam vet who has PTSD, and he's okay with fireworks. We're all okay with fireworks on 4th of July. But do we have to have it on June 30th and so on and so on, and 5 days after 4th of July? And also, some of the fireworks are, like what you were saying, that they're the big boom fireworks. It's very intense. So I just wanted to back up what Pat said, that she's not the only one that feels the same way about the fireworks. And like I said, we're very fine with fireworks. We've been around America for a long time, so we're okay with that. Just want to sort of rein it in a little bit.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Cox. Okay, last one, looks like it's, is it Timothy Riker? Hopefully I'm saying your name correct. All right, great. Come on up, sir. Please, yeah, go ahead.
Gentlemen trustees, I am Timothy Riker. I'm an attorney. My business address is 311 Elm Street, Suite 230, Cincinnati 45202. For approximately 30 years, I have represented Jack and Loretta Gordon. The Ohio rules of professional conduct for attorneys require candor before a tribunal. And under some circumstances, legislative bodies fit within the definition. But even without the rule itself, I believe you would expect me to be candid. I speak with regard to the proposed rezoning proposal that Mr. Gordon and Mr. Forbes have previously spoken to. So to be candid, point one, the proposed resolution eviscerates the PD zoning process. Zoning Resolution Section 130 says, quote, "The provisions of this resolution shall be held to be minimum requirements." Section 601 states, "No building shall be erected or constructed except in conformity with all of the regulations." Section 683 of the plan developments requires an application with a plan. Gentlemen, what is on the table here is not a plan. It is an application to ratify conduct contrary to the zoning resolution undertaken over a 6-year period to construct approximately 65,000 square feet of warehouse buildings for uses not remotely related to agriculture, either by Ohio definition or by common sense. Point two, to paraphrase, the defense to this by the applicant is we thought we were doing the right thing. We were confused. This could not have been the case. Over the past 10 years, the applicant and businesses otherwise related to the applicant's owner have been represented by some of the finest law firms in the area. Katz Teller, Santon and Hughes, Conan and Patton, Dinsmore. The applicant has had 2 attorneys on staff. Point 3, the resolution undercuts the credibility and therefore authority of the township's own zoning commission. After a lengthy discussion about the application, the entire commission, William Shannon, Bradley Toff, Daniel Campbell, Eric Lewis, Rob Wing II, concluded the request is not consistent with the Horizon 2030 Comprehensive Zone Use Plan, and the application does not meet all PD application requirements, and the activities engaged in already have caused significant hardship for surrounding residents. And finally, the commission does not believe rezoning to bring some of the activities into compliance is appropriate. Point 4, passage of the resolution will have a significant impact on the litigation pending before Judge Kevin Miles. At the public hearing conducted before you in June, which I attended, counsel for applicant represented otherwise. I cannot imagine why. He certainly was not being candid with you. Your staff report correctly points out, quote, "The applicant has submitted this rezoning request to attempt to address the township's non-compliance issue, as well as the aforementioned litigation." Gentlemen, in actuality, you are being requested to insert yourselves into pending litigation. In fairness to both sides, the litigation should play itself out to finality before any action is requested of you. Point 5, the resolution does not narrow the issues at all. It expands them. As written, it encompasses 9 conditions, most of which anticipate subparts. Taking the first, for example, exactly what are the concerns of the county engineers, the water and sewer district, the building department, the fire department, quote, "and any other partner agencies that have jurisdiction," close quote. And keep in mind, of course, that these agencies will now be asked to deal with approximately 65,000 square feet of construction, all done without permits. Your own staff report sends an unmistakable message about all this when it concludes by saying the application raises, quote, "compatibility issues and concerns," close quote. Final point. Approval of the resolution, gentlemen, rewards behavior that was founded upon misrepresentations under oath. In 2013, the property was represented to be 10.98 acres of woodland agricultural use and a 1-acre home site. But in March 2018, after all the construction and various business leases, the property was reported to be 5 acres of non-commercial woodland and 5.7 acres of, quote, other crops, close quote, and a 1-acre home site. Both applications were signed, quote, under penalty of perjury, close quote. Union Township should not be a party to this. Mr. Dills, as I understand it, you're Air Force. And Mr. Logue, have I pronounced your name correctly?
Yes.
You're a Marine. I never had the pleasure of working with the Air Force. I certainly did with the Marines, deployed overseas beginning in Desert Storm and after that. I always respected the aviation community because it always paid attention to the rules to the letter, because if one takes a shortcut or misses a rule, then aircraft fall out of the sky, people are killed, and there's mission failure. And as far as the Marines, I always enjoyed working with the Marines because we could always count on the Marines to follow their orders with exactitude, never to swerve from an order that was lucid and clear. I also read, sir, your written article about why you ran in the first place.
Mr.
And that
Ricker,
was for trust.
we got a 5-minute limit, but go ahead and wrap up your thoughts real quick if you
I'm
can.
wrapping it up.
Thank you, sir.
And I
Appreciate
appreciate it.
No problem, yeah.
You indicated that you are interested in transparency and accountability. Sir, gentlemen, accountability works not only from you toward the public, and you are certainly accountable and you've been transparent, but it also requires the public to be accountable to you before asking you to take steps that are less than accountable. What has been applied here for is not accountability. It's asking for you to ratify something that should never have been done in the first place. The procedure, the honor, the rules should have been followed. They were not, and your zoning commission is what we would hope that you would follow. I respectfully close.
Thank you, Mr. Ricker. Thank you very much. Good points. Thank you. Okay, we will move on to our next item, which is our department reports, and we will start with Chief Stan Dimling with our Fire and EMS.
Thank you, Mr. Dills.
Yes, sir.
For the month of June, the department made 234 fire and service calls, 487 emergency medical responses. We saw a total of 491 patients, and we transported 358 times to local hospitals. The department completed 1,028 hours of training. We're involved in 13 public education details. We had 60 total hours of EMT and medic ride time on the paramedic units. Completed 9 fire safety inspections, completed 10 inspections, joint inspections with the Clermont County Permit Central, and that concludes my report.
Chief, thank you very much. And Chief and Assistant Chief Fife, sorry. Tell me the story of the Swan real quick. Incredible. What happened? How in the world did you catch it? And
So the Swan up at Veterans Lake got a fishing hook, a large fishing hook, through and through on its neck. The fire department was dispatched to try and assist the Swan. We actually took and put a boat in to push the Swan down into the shallow end of the pond. I went in and caught the Swan, and then Brenda, our Swan lady, that was there, she jumped in the pond with me. She was able to hold the Swan while I removed the hook from the Swan's neck. The Swan's doing fine.
All done. All done.
Swan surgery.
Swan surgery.
Let's hear the Swan song next. Keep going.
That's pretty cool. Thank you, Chief, very much. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Any idea how it happened?
No, I mean, obviously it was a fishing line because the hook still had the swivel in the monofilament attached. So the first thing I did was remove that swivel, and in case I couldn't get the hook out, it wouldn't get caught up more on that. And then literally cut the eye off the hook and then worked the hook through the neck. But it was obviously, I'm guessing it got caught up, that hook and fishing monofilament probably got caught up in some of the debris in the pond, and the Swan got caught up in it.
Are ponds where we have the swans, aren't those no fishing ponds?
That's correct.
Do we have signage that says no fishing?
That's correct.
We do.
Okay, so they're all marked. So it was an illegal fisherman that caused this problem.
Yes.
those questions.
Assistant Chief Fife, thank you very much. Yeah, and Chief Diamond, thank you very much. Great job, great job. Yeah, okay, next is our police department, and with Chief Reese. Sir?
Thank you, Mr. Dills. In the month of June, the Communications Center handled 4,913 calls for service for police, fire, and EMS, and 5,478 total calls. 394 juvenile and adult court-related documents have been processed by the records section for delivery to the clerk of courts. 113 court notices were entered into the officers for personal appearances for various court cases. 7 Rule 16s were processed for the prosecutor's office. There were no vendor permits issued in the month of June, and there were 146 record requests handled. In the area of public affairs and crime prevention, officers conducted 3 public relations events during the month of June. This included a canine demonstration at Veterans Park, and as typical in June, we assisted with the Clermont County Junior Police Academy. The Operations Bureau handled 355 incident reports, took 117 crash reports, made 662 traffic stops, issued 168 citations, 530 written warnings, made 108 criminal arrests, 94 traffic arrests, and served 71 warrants. The month of June totaled 96 hours of training for police department employees. Fuel costs for the month were $11,423, with 41,229 miles driven by officers in the month of June. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Chief. And for your canine training, I heard rumors that the volunteer absolutely manhandled that canine easily. Is that correct? Is that accurate?
Something like that.
Great job, great job. Sir, do you have anything, Mr. Becker?
Yeah, Chief, got a question on the criminal investigation totals. I'm looking at a line called current caseload, and it started out in January, it's 168, and then it's kind of started dropping down. In May, it was 113, and then for June, it dropped off to 70. So this looks very encouraging. Is it because crime in Union Township is going away, or is it because of our crack police force that busting heads out there, whatever it takes to stop the criminals, and these cases are going away?
Well, as much confidence as I have in our rank and file, you get that in some months. We closed out a lot of cases inactive that month, which gives you that current caseload of 70. I'm pretty confident with the way things work around here. We'll be right back up there this time next month.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Logan?
No, I'm good, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No problem. Next, our Service Department with our Director, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Dills. In the Cemetery Division from June 1st through the 30th, 23 burials were performed, generating $10,925. 17 resident graves were purchased, generating $8,950. 2 non-resident graves were purchased for $3,000. 4 columbarium niches were purchased, generating $6,850. The total amount generated for the period was $33,417.20. In the Roads Division, a total of 20 work orders were completed on, I think it's 18 township streets. And in the Parks Division, staff continued seasonal maintenance to the grounds and landscapes beds. Staff members set up and worked the movie in the park events at Klepper and Veterans Park. And that concludes my report.
Well done, Mr. Taylor. Appreciate you very much. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Becker, do you have anything?
Nope.
Mr. Logan?
Yeah, Mr. Taylor, are we currently in process of repaving the most miles of road that we've ever repaved in Union Township?
Yes, sir. They're actively milling. They're going through the list as we speak.
Great.
I know today I went through Brandon Moore subdivision. It has been milled entirely. So they're
Great.
working their way through the list.
Great. That's Brandon Moore and all of the off streets as well.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Yeah. And that PCI test is proving very well from the aspect to actually get good solid data and review of the road conditions.
It will, yes.
Great. All right. Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Good job. Next is our Planning and Zoning with our Development Director, Mr. McCormick. Sir?
Thank you, Mr. Dills. For the month of June, for our enforcement, we had 51 inspections, 13 complaints, 7 unbounded complaints, 7 warning citations, 2 15-day non-compliance letters sent, 5 cases resolved, 362 illegal signs removed, 8 miscellaneous issues, 16 violations for the month, and 22 re-inspections of violations, which I think in part is a higher number because we had 7 nuisances filed for this month. For permit activity, we had 1 commercial permit, 2 changes of use, 9 signs, 1 temporary trailer sign, 11 single-family dwellings, 1 multifamily dwelling for 64 units, 4 additions, 9 decks, 3 accessory permits, 29 pools or fence permits for a monthly total of 70 permits and $21,223 for revenue. And for the fire department revenue, we had $675 for that month. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. McCormick. Mr. Becker, you have anything?
Nope.
Mr. Logue?
No, thank you very much, Mr. McCormick.
Yeah,
Thank
good
you,
report.
Mr. Chairman.
Good report. Thank you, Mr. McCormick. Next is our administration with our Township Administrator, Ms. Susan Ayers.
Thank you, sir. Things have been moving very quickly along this month. Open checkbook is up to date. We continue to work on some development projects. Glen Estee campus land has been seeing a lot of activity and construction. A lot of it is utility work and things getting laid to get ready for construction out of the ground. We've had continued work with McGill Smith Puncheon on the Eastgate Mall planning. Thank you to all the business owners and community members that have reached out and spoken with MSP as their initial work's getting done. It's my understanding we're finishing up some meetings and then should have some of the first economic market analysis back fairly quickly. With regards to scheduling, with the zoning hearing last month, we did move the June work session to July, so we'll be back here July 25th for a work session. The plan at the moment is to talk about ARPA funding that's remaining, our community priorities, and the survey that we got back from the community in the end of March. We will then have an August work session also to discuss fees assessed by the township and some of the cemetery operation rules. I know another issue that's come up lately this week has been a lot of the road construction. The road work has started on the I-Colts expansion that we've discussed here with Clermont County TID. I-Colts is closed now behind Eastgate Square for some of the road construction. We anticipate that will be closed now through September. They've given September 9th as the initial date. We'll see with construction schedules and the weather how that goes. But looking to get out some more information on that. People can always look on our website. We received the Clermont County Park grant to put in dog fencing at Klepper Park. That has been put in and is up. We are working on some interior to the fencing, but that is up and moving at Klepper Park. So thank you to the Park District for working with us on that. Community events continue. Everyone has had a great time participating, I think. We will continue with events, a pickleball tournament on July 22nd, National Night Out August 3rd, summer fireworks on August 26th being some big hitters. Wanted to say thank you to Mr. Campbell in the fiscal office, Shelley and Cindy. We've completed the township's annual audits for the township and the CIC. Both audits have come out clean. I don't think I can overstate how much work that takes to get through the audits and get through so well. So really just kudos to the fiscal office for their hard work in getting that done year over year. And as we touched on briefly, paving is going on throughout the township. Should see crews here next few weeks getting through our annual paving list from the county. And that's all I have at this time.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Ayers. Ms. Cho, I do want to actually come back to you for a minute about the roads. How is our partnership with the county? How's it going?
Going well, actually. We haven't had any problems. They've been very responsive.
Excellent.
To what we've needed.
Perfect. Okay, great. And then, yeah, so I guess what we'll see is how well our pickleball tournament turnout is at Veterans Park. And then, because the new one, Ms. Taylor, you said September is our pickleball?
That's the tentative. They can't guarantee it because of weather, but they're anticipating mid-September to be done.
To be finished?
Yes.
Excellent. So we'll see how well this pickleball tournament is at Veterans Park, because this one's going to be a lot bigger, correct? At Klepper?
They should both have 6 courts.
6 courts? Okay. Great. I can't wait for it. And then dog park fencing installation has been completed. And so when will that actually be open to the public?
It is currently open at the moment, but there is no interior amenities, so no benches, any of that kind of stuff.
Right.
So I think once we get that organized, we'll do something maybe a little more fun and official to welcome the first set of dogs. Maybe we'll do a yappy hour and have something fun, but.
Why did you say yappy hour?
Yappy hour.
So I thought she said.
But we're trying to finish that. Technically, the fencing is open for a dog run if people choose to use it at this time, but we'll do something a little more official when the amenities are in.
Great, great. And then, last thing I have is, you brought up Eastgate Mall and thanking our partners. So ballpark, when should the company that we hired have a report back to us, ballpark? Do you have a?
The final plan, they're scheduled for the January timeframe of '24.
Okay, great. It's coming up. Excellent, excellent. Okay, that's all I got. Mr. Becker, do you have anything?
Nope.
Mr. Luke?
Yeah, Ms. Ayers, real quick, the Glen Estee campus development, have you had any follow-up conversations with the school board, Natasha Adams, superintendent, for just, I know as they've been as interested in economic development, from my attendance through their several town halls, and what the messages that they've pushed the community, you know, they basically have to balance quite a bit of financial picture with what the students are, you know, and as I think Mr. Hartman brought to us during a public hearing just recently, that the budget there went from about 77 million in 2011 up to about 111 million now, as of at least recent last year, serving about 8,300 students. My question is, when we went through that public hearing, that analysis, Mr. Hartman brought some data up showing the students and the actual impact for the property he was representing. And that was relatively small footprint of the property he was representing. And I know you inherited this project, but the 850 or so units, I'm not a statistician to know how many students that produces, but I guess my overall concern is just the strategic and smart development of when products like that come online, and then the cost to service within the township, and what the impact of that could be to the schools. So, you know, off the bat, I know Glen Estee has $2 million with TIF revenue, and the over and above on that, you know, starts to go out. But I think you know, how many students come through there could be a significant impact, especially when it costs on average $10,000–$11,000 per student. So the return on investment there is sometimes, I think, just difficult. But I know that's outside of our wheelhouse necessarily as the trustees, but I always want to have that good relationship with schools, and so I've expressed that with Ms. Natasha Adams as well. So.
Yeah, I've talked to Superintendent Adams, and I talked to their treasurer, Mr. Romano, fairly frequently,
Yeah.
and talking about what's going on in the township, what some of the developments we see moving forward. And as you're aware that, you know, as you work through some of these developments and the deals that go in and some of the tax and the TIF and all that kind of stuff, we work directly with the schools, and they've been wonderful. And I think there's been a great relationship of getting those kind of agreements together where everyone understands what the expectations are. And then we try to have as many conversations just casually to say, hey, this is what's going on, and here's what maybe you can anticipate down the road. I don't pretend to be an expert in how you figure out how many students you can expect from a development, but always being very forthcoming to say, hey, this is what we think this looks like as far as unit counts and things, and I'll let the people smarter than me decide exactly how many that would anticipate, but being very forthcoming about, hey, this is what we think is going to happen, and trying to give them as much notice as possible.
Okay. Now, thank you, because I know that's a project you inherited, but so moving forward, the project that you have been running with for us, with Miguel Smith Punchin and the Eastgate Mall and Route 32 corridor redevelopment, again, I fully anticipate that you've already been keeping the schools well informed and on board with that, with where they can be involved, because that's something that we've often talked about from the aspect that that's I think the strong thing the township trustees would be able to do to support that is from the aspect of not letting those property values of the mall fall so far that it damages the entire economic center and the community. So
Yeah, I know Superintendent Adams has been in touch with MSP directly, talking about the school's input as an entity, but also is there some potential for student input in this process, which I think has been great. Mr. Romano has been in discussions also about working with our land use plan as we look to update the 2030 plan, and being involved in that committee, and trying to get their input on the front end for those important decisions as far as land use planning goes.
okay, all right. Thank you so much for carrying up the heavy lifting with all that. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Ayers, thanks for the report. Seeing no, gentlemen, assume there's no old business, correct? Good, okay. Moving on to new business, and this is our first time since we've approved our consent agenda. And in our consent agenda, I think this is why a lot of you folks are here, is to see some of our new hires and promotions. So we are going to read through the names, and then once we get through the names and then they get introduced, then I'll bring each one of you up here individually after that. So gentlemen, I will entertain a motion for, under item A for our consent agenda for the approval of minutes for our June 13th, 2023 business meeting minutes, June 13th, 2023 zoning hearing minutes, June 22nd, 2023 special meeting minutes, June 22nd, 2023 zoning hearing minutes. Approval of payments as prepared by our fiscal officer, Mr. Ron Campbell. Approval of monthly financial report as prepared by fiscal officer Ron Campbell. And approval of hiring actions. And I will go and throw it over to Mr. Taylor real quick to introduce his first hire. Mr. Taylor?
Yes, sir.
It's okay.
Yes. Tonight, I would like to present Jason Sampson for consideration of a promotion to the sexton's position at Mount Moriah Cemetery. Mr. Sampson has been a service department employee since 2005. During his tenure, Mr. Sampson has worked in the cemetery for almost 18 years. And while at the cemetery, he has learned all aspects with regards to the cemetery operations. He has also attended classes at Marshall University, as well as cemetery grounds maintenance and operations seminars too. Prior to his career with the township, Mr. Sampson worked at Hamilton County Highway Maintenance and as a summer help employee for the service department. He has also successfully completed all facets of the promotional process. I respectfully request the board to promote Jason Sampson to the position of sexton within the Union Township Service Department at a rate of pay of $42.67 per hour in accordance with the collective bargaining unit agreement. His promotion would be effective July 12th, 2023 at 7 a.m.
Great, thank you, Mr. Taylor. And could you also move on to the next one?
Okay. Next item. Lori Fife. Tonight, I am presenting to the Board of Trustees Lori Fife for consideration of employment with the Union Township Service Department. Ms. Fife is a graduate of Anderson High School and has also attended the University of Cincinnati. Ms. Fife has a background in public works, the fire department, and parks and recreation, having spent 10 years at the Anderson Township Park District. Ms. Fife has successfully completed all pre-employment phases for the administrative assistant position. I would like to request that the board appoint Lori Fife to the position of administrative assistant. Mrs. Fife's effective starting date would be July 12th, 2023 at 7 a.m.
Good, thank you, Mr. Taylor. Chief Reese, would you like to introduce your hire?
Thank you, Mr. Dills. This evening, I am proud to present Brandon Bishop for promotion to the rank of sergeant. After a thorough assessment, Detective Brandon Bishop was selected for promotion among an excellent group of candidates. Detective Bishop started his career with the Ohio Department of Corrections, where he served as a corrections officer from 1997 until 2002. Detective Bishop started with the Union Township Police Department in January of 2002 as a patrol officer. He served as a field training officer, directed patrol officer, and member of the Clermont County Special Response Team while assigned to the Patrol Division. Detective Bishop was assigned to the investigative unit in September of 2016, where he has held the role of evidence technician and general detective. Since joining the police department in 2002, he has demonstrated through consistent top performance his commitment to serving the citizens of Union Township. I'm pleased to request the board's endorsement of Detective Brandon Bishop for promotion to the rank of sergeant effective July 12th, 2023.
Thank you, Chief Reese. And then would you like to introduce your last one there?
Yes, sir. I would like to also present Michael Parker to the board for position of police officer for Union Township. Mr. Parker is a resident of Union Township and a 2018 graduate of the University of Cincinnati, where he earned his associate's degree in criminal justice. He received his OPATA police officer certification from the University of Cincinnati Police Academy in 2017. Mr. Parker has served with the United States Air National Guard since 2014. Mr. Parker comes to us from the Brown County Sheriff's Office where he served as a road patrol deputy since 2018. Mr. Parker has successfully completed all pre-employment phases for the position of police officer, including background, polygraph, and psychological examinations. I am requesting the board appoint Michael Parker to the position of police officer in accordance with the collective bargaining agreement and pending successful completion of a physical examination. Mr. Parker's start date is scheduled for August 1st, 2023.
Great, thank you, Chief. And Ms. Ayers, last one.
Thank you. We had an unfortunate resignation this week with Ms. Dobson in the Planning and Zoning Department. I am recommending this evening the board to appoint Tiffany Britnell to the position of Administrative Assistant in the Planning and Zoning Department effective July 12th at a rate of pay of $24.04 an hour. Ms. Britnell's been working with us in the post office for a period of time part-time and has done a wonderful job also stepping up to the plate, filling in and helping out when necessary in the Planning and Zoning office. I think a lot of residents will know her shining face when you see them walk in. She has done great work helping out, filling in, learning this job, and we are thrilled that she is going to be joining us potentially.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Ayers. Gentlemen, is there a motion?
Yes, move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, Mr. Gamble, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, great. And then let's go ahead and invite each one up individually. So first, we'll start off top to bottom with Jason Sampson. Jason, congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
So 18 years with Union Township?
Yes, correct.
Appreciate you very much. Yeah, thank you. And you've been with in the cemetery for quite some time. You know it very well.
Yes.
And good. I assume Mr. Taylor's coached you up on this?
Huh? Was that-
I said, I assume Mr. Taylor's coached you up on it?
Yeah.
Love it. Appreciate you very much. And thanks for being here. Thanks for almost 20 years of being with Union Township. Very much. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Mr. Becker, do you have anything, sir?
Any good cemetery jokes?
Any
Any bad cemetery
kind of
jokes?
sore subject.
Kind of a sore subject.
Dying to get promoted, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything supernatural ever occur?
I
Halloween
haven't seen anything
stories?
yet.
Nothing unexplainable?
yet.
No mysteries?
No.
All right, that's all I got, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Logue?
Are people dying to get in?
They are. We stay very busy.
There you go, Mr. Becker.
I'm so proud of you.
Yeah, Jason, appreciate you very much. And then, yeah, thank you. Did you bring your family here at all? Where they at? Show me. Oh, right there. That's great. That's great. Yeah, love it, love it. And then, so we'll get through our list, and we'll have your family come up and snap a picture with you if that's okay.
Okay. All right,
Yeah,
thank
thank you, Mr. Sampson. Appreciate you very much. And then Miss Fife, she's very well known in our township. Miss Fife, did your family show up?
So my husband's here, my parents are here in the back, and my sister and my nephew.
I love it. I love it. You're obviously very well known in our township, and thank you for your many years of being with our township as well. So appreciate
Thank
you. Your family's very loyal to Union Township, so it's
Thank
great.
you.
Yeah, absolutely. Mr. Becker, do you have anything, sir?
Yep. Thank you for your years of service, and congrats on the promotion.
Thank you.
Mr. Logan?
Yeah, just looking forward to having you here full-time, so
Thank you.
absolutely.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fife. Appreciate you
Thank
very
you.
much. Yeah. And then Detective, oh, no, excuse me, Sergeant Bishop. Sergeant Bishop, I counted right, was my math right? Chief Reese, you said 5 years and then 21 years at Union Township, total 26 years? Excellent, excellent. So it sounds like you got a few years of experience.
Just a few.
Yeah, did you bring your family here at all?
I did.
Yeah, please introduce.
I have my wife, Michelle, two of my three beautiful daughters, my son Hunter, and my oldest grandchild, Easton, my father, and my brother.
I love it. I love it. Got to be proud. Sir, thank you for such a long time, 21 years at Union Township, and I know you could have gone anywhere. Appreciate you very much for protecting our streets for so long. It's an honor. Yeah, appreciate you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Becker, do you have anything?
No, just congrats on the promotion.
Thanks.
Mr. Luke?
Yeah, congratulations, and that's to you and the family, and I thank you. The whole family serves together, so really mean that, so thank you.
Absolutely. Lieutenant, you go ahead and present. I see it. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Brendan, on behalf of the trustees and Chief Reese, I present you with your certificate of promotion. Also, your new sergeant's badge. Should be Michelle. Michelle, congratulations, sir.
And Officer Parker,
Already thrown off.
come on up, Michael. How you doing, sir?
Hi.
The, did I hear right, Chief? Did you say the Air National Guard?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I knew you were a smart guy. Good hire, good hire. Yeah,
Thank
so, yeah, good. The UC grad, appreciate you being, coming from Brown County, right?
That's correct.
Good. Do you live out in Brown County or no?
I used to, not currently. I live in the township here.
You're a little closer now?
Yes.
Okay, that's good.
About 5 minutes from the PD, so.
Excellent. Yeah, so you better not be late to work.
Used to be
Yeah.
5 minutes, now it's 20 minutes.
Shoot, Mr. Parker, appreciate you being here. Thanks for coming on board. And hopefully you can see, you know, our folks, they like to stay here for a long time. And we truly value them, appreciate them. And we hope we can make this your home as well for many, many years to come. So, absolutely.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And by the way, did you bring your family here?
No, I'm by myself.
Oh, yeah, okay, that's okay. Yeah, all right. Mr. Becker, do you have anything, sir?
Yeah, do you have any Brown County stories, like the jail and hinges breaking and doors falling off? I mean, what was going on out there?
Old jail. No money.
Needs some upgrading.
Yes, it does.
All right. Well, welcome to Union Township.
Thank you.
Appreciate being here.
Mr. Luke, do you have anything, sir?
Look forward to seeing you around.
Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Appreciate
Thank
it
you.
very much. Yeah, absolutely. And Chief, not to throw you off here, but with the hire of Officer Parker, how many openings do you have right now?
We've got at least 5.
5 more openings we're looking for. Okay, great.
We've had some turnover in the last 6 months, a couple resignations that we didn't expect, so we've still got a few spots.
And retirements.
Retirements and a few resignations.
Yeah. Okay, last one, Ms. Tiffany Britnell. Ms. Britnell, how are you?
Good, how are you?
And Ms. Ayers is right, you are the first one to greet everyone when we walk in the door. Yeah, congratulations on your promotion. Did you bring your family?
Yeah, my mom and dad are back there.
Oh, good. Yeah, very great. Yes, I see them. Appreciate you being here. Hey, listen, appreciate you coming up from upstairs to help out in a time of need with our offices upstairs. Really sweet of you. Appreciate you very much. And I'm happy to have you here. So absolutely. Mr. Becker, do you have anything, sir?
No, just congrats on the promotion. Always appreciate seeing your smiling face whenever I come into the building.
Thank you.
Mr. Luke, sir?
Look, a lot like the police, fire, and service workers, you're someone that the residents see. You represent the township, and we appreciate that. We'll always support you where we can, and we appreciate the fact that you're that customer service position to all the residents. And I know that's a lot of great days and sometimes some questions. So it's wonderful. So thank you for what you do.
Great. Yeah, thank you very much. Absolutely. And then, we'll have everyone come up and do one picture. We'll do that.
Exact same thing.
Yeah, whatever. Hurry to go home or something? Hurry to go home or something? sent it out, communication on that. It's just, it's a dot your i's, cross your t's type of thing. And it's just, it's a belt and suspenders. Susan's gonna explain the whole list. Which, by the way, this is gonna, when we get to this list, I'm gonna ask for this to get carved out.
I'm sure you are.
We've done it before.
Yeah. Okay, we'll move on to our next item is our approval of purchase orders exceeding, $10,000 as presented by our Township Administrator, Ms. Susan Ayers. Ms. Ayers?
Thank you, sir. First thing we have is for the Postal Service for retail postage that we resold at $50,000. Bricker Graydon for legal fees in the amount of $50,000. Michigan Playgrounds LLC for playground equipment at Clever Park, $510,975,075. Alta Fiber for 6 months fiber optics, $37,800. Total Quality Logistics for TQL Economic Development Agreement, June 2023 reimbursement, $51,102.18. Bethesda Healthcare for annual physicals, $28,000. Atlantic Emergency Solutions Parts and Service, $50,000. Fleet Core Technologies for estimated fuel usage, $27,000. Houck Asphalt Maintenance for the EPOP parking lot ceiling and striping, $11,700. Georgetown Marble and Granite for cemetery 72 niche columbarium, $25,750.
Thank you, Ms. Ayers. Let's see here. Gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion for the approvals, orders of exceeding $10,000 as presented by our administrator.
Yeah, Mr. Dills, or Chairman Dills, I'd like to make that motion with the exception of the playground equipment for almost $511,000. It's Rec 23-admin-0141-A. So I'd like to make the motion to approve all of them except for that one, and then we can approve that one separately, or consider it separately, I should say.
No problem. Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? No? Okay. Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logan?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, gentlemen, I will entertain a motion for the approval of payment for, let's see here, Michigan Playground LLC, playground equipment to Clever Park for $510,975.75.
So moved.
Second.
All right, go ahead and discussion.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I voted no on this at a prior meeting because I believe it was just too much expense. And to be consistent, I'm going to vote no again.
Okay. Mr. Logan, do you have anything?
Yeah, I'll share just a little quick piece. Gentlemen, going back a little bit of time, Total Quality Logistics was looking to expand. And the park there, Ivy Point Park, was an area that provided an opportunity for them to expand. It was pretty much a blank proposition initially. I pushed back and I asked that there is some type of economic development commitment on behalf of TQL. They came back with about 1,000 jobs that they would add in exchange for the township eventually selling off the Ivy Point Park. So when you gentlemen came on board, we had the opportunity to execute that and move that project forward. Sold off Ivy Point Park for about $2.2 million. And ever since that and leading into that, I always felt like for the service to the township, that if you're going to, eliminate a park and have revenue come in from a park, from the sale of that park, I think it's wise to invest right back into our parks. So I've been supportive of the fact that we're able to do this, and just wanted to share that as a background as we move forward. I can see that it's, can be recognized as $510,000, but we were able to obtain excellent grant funding to move along with those projects, and return funds from the sale of the park back into investment in the community parks, which is great when we don't have park levies and we're not going to push for park levies. So anyway, I just want to echo that support that I had from prior meetings, but to just tie that up today.
Mr. Logan, I did not think about that. That's a good point. That didn't cross my mind about the TQL deal, but I agree with you. Yeah, well said. I think it's, Ms. Taylor, correct me if I'm wrong, 25-year warranty on this? So for
Yes, sir.
the next, however many trustees that sit up here do not have to worry about Clever Park for the next 25 years. I'm the kind of guy where if I'm going to invest in something for the next 25 years to use, and I mean, I want to do it right. The members of our community, which is our Park and Recreations Committee, we're all volunteers made up of our community. They're the ones that decided on this park, and I like it, so. But no need to go round and round and round. We've already made our decisions however long ago, so we already know how this is gonna go. Mr. Becker, do you have anything else?
No.
Okay, Mr. Campbell, roll call.
So, Mr. Becker?
No.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you. All right, next item is B as in Bravo, approval of 2024 tax budget. Ms. Ayers, would you mind explaining that?
Yes, sir. This is one of those items we have to do annually for the state of Ohio. This is the statutory budget that gets filed with the state. It's used to help justify, to the county auditor first to justify our tax collection and roughly where we are spending money. The official appropriations are what governs your spending every year, but this is certified to the county to help justify what we're collecting and spending.
Great. Gentlemen, I entertain a motion for the approval of 2024 tax budget.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
And Ms. Ayers, same thing, Union Township Natural Gas Aggregation Extension. Could you please explain that?
Yes, sir. We have had a natural gas aggregation program since October of last year through AEP Energy that is separate from the electric that we just dealt with in the summer. But we are going back and finding out that the current the natural gas aggregation program is not working out as well as the open market would say. Just for your information, our current rate through the aggregation program is 0.839 per cubic feet. The current Duke rate in this area is 0.55, so for that same time period, the aggregation program is not working out in favor of our residents. Current programs, when you look on the energy aggregation website, are yielding offers between 0.59 and 0.89 per cubic feet. The partner that we work with through Energy Alliances that helps us broker those deals approached me and indicated there was a possibility to do what they're colloquially calling a blend and extend, which is effectively going back to AEP, pointing out the market fluctuation is not working in our favor, asking for them to lower the rate. In exchange, they would typically ask for an extension of up to 12 months on the program. So that would take it from an expiration in October of 24 to October of 25. But in exchange could lower the rates. Anticipated lowering would be somewhere around the 0.7 to 0.8 mark. I'm putting on this on for discussion this evening. I would ask for authorization in the event that we can negotiate a deal we think is appropriate. I've suggested that being an extension no longer than 12 months at 0.75 cents per cubic feet to help improve where we are in the market.
Okay, gentlemen, I entertain a motion for the Union Township Natural Gas Aggregation Extension.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Mr. Becker?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, this, when we first approved this, it was competitive. It wasn't a bad deal. Since then, the market's changed considerably, and now it's a horrible deal.
I agree.
So reopening the negotiation would certainly improve the current position, so I support it.
Yeah, so Ms. Ayers, it says at a rate not more than 0.75. So basically, would it go with current rates, but it'll never exceed 0.75?
This gives me the authorization to work with the broker to negotiate a deal, and you're telling me that I can sign an extension deal in the event they can broker a deal that is less than 0.75. It provides an improvement to the citizens, and I think gives some emphasis for them to negotiate as good a deal as possible, that it can't go over a certain amount and us still have the authorization to sign the deal.
I assume gas goes up in the winter, right?
Yes.
Okay. So right now, it's currently 0.55, and we're gonna get a deal done for 0.75.
Or less. So the idea is that we are going to go for as low a deal as possible, but you're telling me I have authorization to sign up to that amount. Given that our current rate is 0.839, it reflects a savings for the citizens, but obviously we're going to work to do as low as possible. So there's no guarantee that anything I sign would be at 0.75. It's saying it can't go over that amount.
Okay, I'll just trust that you folks get us down closer to 0.55, because 0.75 doesn't excite me when the current rates are 0.55. So, okay, fair enough, okay. Mr. Lowe, do you have anything?
Look, I'm supportive of giving Ms. Ayers the negotiation authority and range there. You're not trying to push that farther to be 0.70 though, huh?
We will certainly work to negotiate that. And in speaking with the broker, I don't think we are going to get to 0.55 because of the negotiation where they are currently, but I do think it'll be better than 0.75. So the idea is putting some pressure on them that we only have limited authorization, but attempting to work as low as possible.
You got it?
Good with giving you that authority.
Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, next item is C's and Charlie legislation agenda. So first one is our resolution 2023-24, resolution authorizing the nuisance abatement. Ms. Harris, can you go and explain that, please?
Yes, sir. This is what we would see a few times a year. I think we had one last month. These are properties that the zoning inspector's been out to talk to, and there's been violations, largely of control room of vegetation, trash, garbage, refuse, debris on the property. We have tried to work with the property owners, have not been able to secure abatement up to this point, so this would provide us authorization for the township to abate the property if necessary, and then assess that on property taxes at the approved rate.
Great, thank you. Gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion for resolution 2023-24, resolution authorizing a nuisance abatement.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes.
Please.
Yeah, so I drove past all three of these properties. The one that was I guess that the greatest offense was the one at 4478 Hall Street. Yeah, it's a mess, and it's also up for sheriff's auction. I'm not sure when that auction is going to be, but so whoever's currently living there obviously doesn't care, and they just want to get out, or they know they're going to get thrown out soon.
Yeah.
That's all I have.
Mr. Luke?
I'm good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, next item is resolution 2023-25, resolution approving the overlay district plan. Ms. Ayers?
Thank you, sir. The next four matters you're going to see are a slight change in operating procedure for us. I've been working with our legal counsel about the best way to handle some of these zoning cases moving forward. They've indicated it's best practice, and a lot of their government clients have the hearings like we had at the last meeting, and then follow it up with formalizing legislation for what was decided at the last meeting. Listening to their recommendations, I do believe it's in our best operating interest to adopt that moving forward. So the next four items are actually formalizations of the zoning hearings that we've had previously this month. This first matter that you called on is with regards to the overlay district plan at 867 State Route 125. This was the auto repair shop matter.
Got
So
it.
this is formalizing the motions that were made at the zoning hearings.
I see. Okay. Gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion for resolution 2023-25 approving, resolution approving the overlay district plan.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Sorry, I was
please,
giving
please.
Mr. Becker an opportunity. No, Ms. Ayers, thanks for working with the team on this, and it's a change of process, but from what I've always viewed, this is part of professionalization of a lot of the board activities and finally documenting some of the actions that take place. So just thanks to the team for reviewing that very closely and bringing improved practices and best practices to the board. That's it. Thank you.
Mr. Becker, do you have any discussion?
No.
Okay. Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Ms. Ayers, would you like to explain the next one as well, or no?
Just to point out, same situation, approving the zoning hearing from the last meeting. This is regards to 4135 Ivy Point Boulevard. This is the Children's Hospital
Yep.
matter.
Okay. Gentlemen, I entertain a motion for resolution 2023-26, resolution approving major amendment to planned development district.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Nope.
Mr. Logue?
Nope.
Good.
Nope.
Mr. Campbell, roll
Same-
call.
Same thing.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Next item is resolution 2023-27, resolution approving overlay district. Ms. Ayers?
This is the same situation regarding the decision on 508 Round Bottom Road. This was the Cincinnati Sands volleyball matter.
Great, perfect. And gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion for to approve resolution 2023-27, resolution approving the approving overlay district plan.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Good? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, last resolution, resolution 2023-28, resolution approving a zoning map amendment. Ms. Ayers?
And again, the last of the zoning decisions, this is regards to the property at 4370 Mount Carmel Road. This was the Mount Carmel Farms land development issue.
Okay. Gentlemen, I entertain a motion for resolution 2023-28, resolution approving a zoning map amendment.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion, which I do have some, gentlemen. So I know we're doing this to cross our Ts and dot our Is, and I know I was a yes vote on this zoning change. But none of the other resolutions did I put, correct me if I'm wrong, I think I put 10 pretty hard contingencies for Mr. Evans to follow. And Mr. McCormick, Ms. Ayers, correct me if I'm wrong, if he does not follow those in the 120-day timeline, it goes back to estate residential, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so, which means everything goes as is if he doesn't follow all those, what I would say, strict items that we put on that motion. So, for this one, gentlemen, I'm gonna either ask for one of two items, I'm okay with either one, to table this until at least 120 days to see if he has met all of our demands, and if he has, or voted down. That's where I'm at.
May I be
Ms.
heard on
Rick?
that briefly, sir?
Please.
Just to make sure we're on the
Please.
same. What you are presented with this evening has section 1, the first set of contingencies indicates that this is approval in this resolution. The amendment would only go into effect in the event that they comply with all of the conditions, and it lists the conditions that you referenced, indicates they have to be fulfilled by October 20th, which is 120 days from the June 22nd date. So if you were to approve this tonight, it is still subject to that same condition.
Got it.
In the event they don't follow through, this resolution indicates that it would be not approved because they failed to comply with that.
I see. Mr. Becker, discussion?
Yeah, so the, this case, I voted no on it. As I dwelled on it as time has gone by and considered, the PD and what we did with that, frankly, I've just become more entrenched in my decision, standing by it and standing behind the Gordons in this case. So I'm going to vote no.
Mr. Luke?
You both have spoken, your perspectives, and we had public hearing over it, and I've got nothing further to add to it right now as far as that goes. I think, Mr. Dills, your question clarified as far as the determination that the resolution is part of the new process, that defines the decision date and time, what was decided and when, and that starts essentially that 120-day shot clock that you're speaking of.
Yeah. So, just to make it clear, there's a lot that has to happen in 120 days. So, I don't see Mr. Evans here, but he's got to get on his horse. There's a lot. He has to hire a structural engineer to come out and design, retention or detention ponds, or tanks underneath his asphalt and water runoff. That's probably the biggest one, but he's got to get that pond approved by the building department. It's already there, and there's a lot that he has to do. So, and I mean, I thought that my motion was pretty tight, and so I don't know. Okay, so we'll see. I guess we'll see in 120 days. All I can say is good luck. It's a lot he has to do. It's a lot he has to accomplish. So, any more discussion? No? Okay, Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
No.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. Gentlemen, we are at comments from the board members. Mr. Vice Chair, do you have any comments, sir?
Yeah, I was debating if I even wanted to bring this up or not, but I just wanted to talk about a personal health issue that I've been experiencing. Some of you may have noticed, it's isn't any secret, but it's not public information either, but some of you may have noticed that I've had a case of the uglies since sometime in March. What it was, I was diagnosed with, what do you call it? My dermatologist called it squamous cell carcinoma. But it was, the biopsy came back negative, that it was, I think in his words, were just shy of the point of being cancerous. Otherwise, otherwise you're looking at reconstructive surgery and such, which would have been a far worse situation. So he put me on a topical chemotherapy called Fluorosil. And apparently this is a pretty common item for skin cancer, precancerous areas. It makes your skin turn red. Well, on your lips, it makes them melt. And you know, it was, so I had a lot of bleeding, a lot of discomfort with that. So that's been going on since March. And what I needed to do was put it on twice a day for 21 days. Well, it took me almost, 4 or 5 months to get to 21 days because of you know, all the bleeding that was going on with it. So, you know, my lips have been red from that. They're still a little bit red, but they are getting better. I saw my dermatologist this last week, and he said I'm good. He just said stay out of the sun. You know, white as I am, I'm, you know, pretty clear I'm not out in the sun much. And, you know, to use a SPF sunscreen on my lips, which I'm also doing. And yeah, just wanted to let you know everything is good with that and on the mend. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Becker. Mr. Luke?
Keep it brief here. Again, you know, I know we talked about it in the last meeting or two about the consent agenda. I like the format of that. I think we'll continue to adjust with this, move forward. What your gentleman's feedback is, but I like that. I like cutting out some of the very repetitive actions that are very general for exactly what that's called, a consent agenda. They're going to be approval items. There's no split votes on promotions or hirings and, you know, that of that nature. So I think that's great. I think it's well served. Residents want to see the government at work, and it allows us to efficiently and effectively move forward. And something I picked up from attending the Ohio Township Association Winter Conference a couple of years back, that finally get to see kind of the fruit of that as an idea at that time. So thank you guys for the support. Thanks to the staff for executing that, moving that forward. One other comment is, you know, we just close out one of the resolutions there. It's not something that I really brought up with the public hearing previously, but just to share to you gentlemen and if it's you know, the residents. When I did the walkthrough with Mount Carmel Farms and that application process, Mr. Gordon had shared with me that since the time that we sent Mr. Berkey out there to take action on those businesses that we'd heard about earlier today, et cetera, and close those businesses down, this board, again, taking action and getting things done, that it was, the quote that I have from him is that it was 80% better. You know, 80% better since that time. So I'm very happy with 80% improvement in 6 months, and now you're sitting here levying and talking about the strong list of limitations. And, you know, I really want to see resolution for the community, the neighbors, and it's something that you often can see within a township governance structure. Sometimes the township gets pulled into essentially neighborly disputes, property owner disputes, and you know, we've got to do what's efficient and effective for the township. And anyway, I'm happy to do our part. We'll let those parties work out what they need to work out, but I do pray that they have and come to resolution on that. So, thank you.
Yes, well said. I put, well, first off, I hope everybody had a good 4th, except for the folks that had the fireworks issue. That, I gotta tell you, that Doug Evans, Jason Gordon deal really stressed me out. I mean, I was calling Susan up, like, I expected the media to be here. I really did a lot of research on this whole project. And, gosh, I mean, you know, I like to try to surround myself with smarter people, and you don't want to be the smartest person in the room. And the main thing is, when I called the county, I called the building department. I said, okay, what do you folks want to see done? I want to make sure we're all on the same page. I don't want to undermine anyone else, things like that. You know, and everyone made it crystal clear, you know, going down the road, the path of tearing down the buildings just ain't going to happen. That was crystal clear. But I wanted to fulfill my obligation as an elected trustee and make a decision. I didn't want to make the decision by having the courts do it. I didn't want to make a decision by Anderson Township doing it. I wanted to make a decision by me sitting right here and making a decision. And I honest to God, in my heart, feel like the buildings coming down was not going to be an option. But the water runoff was definitely an issue that was never addressed. And that has to be. And quite frankly, that's going to be a very expensive project to complete, to fulfill their obligation. And all I can say is, I'm not going to pass the buck. That's not my style. But this should have been dealt with many years ago when it was first addressed. The problem is, was it even addressed? So now that the falls on our lap, and now we have to handle it and take care of it. And so I'm not a pass the buck kind of guy. I'm not. You know, I didn't want, you know, the courts can do their decision, that's fine, and Anderson Township can make their decision, that's fine, but it's very unique. And we had to make a decision, and I'm trying, the decision that I made with all those contingencies put in place was truly what I thought was going to be a win compromise for everyone. And I do think Mr. Berkey's going to stay on top of it, and he is. If there's anything that's, you know, funny business going on that shouldn't be, man, I tell you what, there's going to be a lot of eyes on that property. So, but I think we can police it better now. So I believe that. We'll see. We'll see. We'll come back to this in 120 days, and it better be tight in 120 days. If not, then it goes back to state residential and wash our hands of it. Then the courts do make a decision on it. So that's all I got. Let's see, upcoming events. Okay, we have a Park and Recreations Committee meeting on July 14th, 2023, and right here, right in that room next door. The free concert at the amphitheater is the Second Wind on July 15th, this Saturday at 7:30. The Summer Slam Pickleball Tournament will be at Veterans Park on July 22nd at 9 a.m. There's a free movie in the park July 29th, Harry Potter and the Chambers of Secrets, additional crafts. Oh, there will be additional crafts with the Clermont County Library. That'd be great. The National Night Out, Police National Night Out, will be August 3rd. And Chief, did you want to say anything about that at all?
Looking forward to another nice event.
It's
Gets
awesome.
bigger every year.
It's awesome. I love it. It's packed at Veterans Park. I love it. I love it. Board of Trustees will have a special meeting to conduct a work session on the ARPA Fund and community surveys, July 25th. Also, we're going to add, what did you want to talk about? Fireworks? Right, fireworks. We're adding fireworks onto that as well. And then, so the Board of Trustees' next business meeting will be August 8th, 2023 at 6 p.m. And the Board of Trustees' next working session will be August 22nd, 2023 at 6 p.m. And gentlemen, I will entertain a motion for us to, yes?
There's a typo. The Parks and Recreation Committee meeting will be on July the 12th. It's tomorrow.
Which is tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Correct. Okay, so
My
July,
apologies.
what's that?
Do have one comment, Mr.
Oh,
Chairman.
okay, so July, one second, so July 12th, which is tomorrow, 6 p.m., Park and Recreations Committee meeting. Yes, go ahead, sir.
On the next business meeting, August 8th, when we put the schedule out there at the beginning of the year,
Yep.
I don't believe that we had the special election on the calendar. I'm sure of it that we did not. And so, Ms. Ayers, would August 8th be an issue with the special election and now all of those precincts
Oh.
vote here at the Civic Center gym and downstairs? Am I right? August 8th? Yeah, August 8th.
I didn't think about that.
Special election
I didn't think about it either.
for issue 1.
Good catch.
Well, I mean, I'd love, you know, it's something to be focused on versus all the other distractions, but yes.
I gotta tell you, you want to postpone it?
I just don't know if there'll be a logistical, you know, impact, and if it's something we can, I don't think we have to make a decision on the schedule now. Ms. Ayers would be able to get schedule impacts out there well in advance to advertise to the public. I just wanted to give comment that I think it's something.
The voting is not in this room, so I don't think there's going to be any inherent logistical problems. It was whether you would like to postpone to allow people that, you know, need extra time to go to the polls or encourage voting that And we could continue moving it or closing it, or, excuse me, starting a little bit later so that it is after the polls close.
Yeah.
But the voting is not actually in this room, so I don't think there'll be any inherent logistical problems.
It's gonna be over in the gymnasium again, right?
Yeah.
So they're not even on this side of the building.
And it's going to be.
No longer downstairs, everything's in the gym now?
Everything's
That's
in
right,
the gym.
okay.
And
All
it'll be
right,
a-
yeah, then I'm comfortable with it.
Be a record low turnout as well.
That's true, yeah, that's true too.
The,
We won't even notice.
am I allowed to say how I'm voting? Can I say that? I might be in favor of it. Anyways, all right, gentlemen, I'm going to entertain a motion for executive session, to enter executive session pursuant to Ohio Revised Code, Section 121.22G as in golf as follows. Number one, to consider the employment or compensation of a public employee or official. Let's see here, preparing for, conducting, or reviewing negotiations or bargaining sessions with public employees concerning their compensation or other terms and conditions of their employment. And to consider confidential information related to marketing plans and financial statements of an applicant for economic development assistance, provided that both of the following conditions apply. The information is directly related to a request for economic development assistance that is to be provided or administered under appropriate provisions of the Ohio Revised Code. And B would be a unanimous quorum of the public body determines by a roll call vote that the executive session is necessary to protect the interest of the applicant or the possible investment or expenditure of public funds to be made in connection with the economic development project.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Luke?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
We're into executive session at 7:37.
This job makes me a better reader.
Session with no action taken.
Justin, you ready for us?
All right, gentlemen, I will entertain a motion to exit executive session with no action taken.
So moved.
Second.
No discussion. Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
We're out of executive session at 11:58 PM.
Gentlemen, would you like to wait 3 more minutes for it to be 12:01? No. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn our meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
We're adjourned at 11:59 PM.